Hi, chat. Welcome to another stream. Well, snow is in my hair, I guess. How are y'all doing today? It is Tuesday, the 9th of December of 2025. We are back for yet another stream where we're doing some Advent of CODs. Let me say hi to everyone who's here, and then we'll jump into things. But first, I'm going to show you something, too. Major Tanya was first and here before the stream started. Kegsitsal's here. Why is it so late? Because I spent a long time doing a thing that I'm going to show you today. What the fuck? Why do we have template nonsense? Why is there template nonsense? Strongly typed is also here. Hello, hello. Good to see you, particularly Pythonic. 15 days of Anthon. That's true, it's true. Late stream with today's ARC is going to be interesting. Oh, shit. Are we in for a doozy today? We may be in for a doozy today. But I want to show you something, which is, check this shit out. Check this shit out. Wow. Wow. Look at this shit, chat. Look at this shit, chat. This started at 600 and some odd fucking megabytes. And now it's done. 20 megabytes. And 1 get root. Fucking did it. Honestly, I could have made it better, but this is gonna be good enough. And with that, I can close issue 3226 as done. Ta-da! What do you mean, remove RPG game? I don't know where you're seeing this, but... Oh, the issue that I clicked on, probably? Yeah. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I guess I can archive this, too, since it's now also done. The rewrite script ended up being 300 lines? Most of it being a list of shit to delete. This was the last little key to the puzzle. Because Rebase doesn't preserve the committer, so I accidentally assigned committer to myself for every commit in the repo. So this is the last little bit that I did today, among with some other deletes. But it's gone! The history has been rewritten. The old archived repo is here, so everything is still there. But yeah, new repo who dis. Also, why is all this shit enabled? We don't want wikis, we don't want issues. We can have sponsorships, we don't need projects. And then we can archive. But I fucking did it, and we did the nuke today. Oh, I was curious what happened. I think it auto closed the PR. Neat. I was curious what happens, what GitHub does when you force push main, and it turns out it closes every pull request. So, hooray. That's what I wanted it to do, but I wasn't sure if it was going to do it. So we left one PR open to do that. This also deletes all GitHub releases, which is also what I wanted to do. But it's eventually consistent. Anyway, we did it. It's gone. Yo. Oh, does it not even show up in the chat? Oh, yeah. So the problem is this cut off right at the character limit. And so when this tries to send the character limit +1, the message just doesn't show up. So this just gets silently dropped because it's too many characters. So that's why MOTD is not replying properly. Bum, 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 bam, 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 bam. 20 megs is still heavy. I agree. There's still a bunch of shit in there, but it's better. Does it get log work correctly now? It does. It does. So like for instance, I don't know. For instance, Jack. I don't know. Examples, plugins. I don't know. Fucking find this file. This will. Well, I guess not that file then. Git log tests. Why is there a conf test at the root? Why are you here? You shouldn't be here. That's for another day, I guess. Let's find any file in here that's relevant. I don't know, settings.py. That also doesn't sound like a good file. But yeah, the history now works. The git log works again, which is amazing. No, that's not what I want. Min parents? Merges. Yeah, so this is also one of the git roots. Oh, this is not what I wanted. Where's the other git root? Oh, I guess it doesn't show it because of this. But anyway, wait. Okay, that's something, I guess. Anyway, I rebased the one git root so that it is no longer. Wait, shit. What was the commit for that? Oh, don't tell me I screwed this up with my commit or amend thing. That would be annoying. Cousins. So this is the commit that I want to find. Oops, that didn't do what I wanted. Oh, it did do what I wanted. Git log, grab this. What the fuck? Why did it paste the entire contents of the file? Excuse me? Yeah, here we go. Okay, so this branch of the history right here used to be a new git root right here on this initial commit. Now it's branched from the left side of that other commit, so no longer root here. Anyway, there'll be a long video about all the crazy shit that happened here, but does it mean contract is over? No, this is just one of the things that I've done so far. What do you mean move RPG game away? What's this? Yeah, I have no idea what it means. It's fine. Doesn't matter. It's probably one of the examples. Mr. Slot says, how dare you do this to Europe, the whole country? Yes, exactly. Yeah. Particular Pythonic says, also great talk, finally watched it. The list modification in the tuple was wild. I expected it to modify, but modify, then error is hilarious and now makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I did that today. And so that's why I'm late for streaming. Yeah, let's do Advent of Code. I'm seem to think that today might be a longer one, which is unfortunate because I am tired. So I'm not going to be on the top of my game today. Looks like just a bunch of pairs, which maybe means it won't be that bad, but we'll find out. Advent of code time. Only I will Riemann? What is this copy pasta? Hello? Hi, Tired. I'm Mr. Swats. Ayo. Today was the first one this year I didn't one-shot, and part 2 I had optimized. Fun. Well, at least the sample input's kind of short, so... It's the crash message of Oakhamel's Dune. I don't know what that means, but I will take your word for it. Okay. You slide down the fire pole. Uh-oh. Some of the tiles are red. The elves would like to find the largest rectangle that uses red tiles for 2 of its opposite corners. So... yeah. Okay, so our input is the red tiles. The goal is to find the largest rectangle possible. Okay. So this doesn't seem too hard. Part 1 at least doesn't seem too hard. It's literally just compute the... like, look at every point, look at every other point, compute the area. Mr. Swan says it's time for bed. Well, thank you for stopping by. Good to see you as always. So that's not terrible. Part 1 is at least not terrible. Unless I'm completely missing it. I I'm pretty sure I have a thing for this. Parse point comma. Yeah, I guess I can use that. And it's true, Wooza. It's pretty true. And so I guess we're just gonna find the max. That seems reasonable. And of course we get a different answer. Oh, because we probably need to include... I mean, it's just off by 1. Yeah. Because that was not including the edges. the outer edge. It seems pretty easy for part 1. I guess we can do our little prediction. I'm worried about part 2. Woosa's heading out. Well, thank you for stopping by, Woosa. We don't even have that many points. Robin says hell is coming. Okay. What does our prediction look like today? God damn, there's a lot of points. Eagle PT put 50k on yes. Woosa put 8k on no. God damn. A lot of points in the bot today. Alright. I feel like I didn't miss anything. Okay. I'm worried. I'm worried. Part 2, everyone says is wild, but we got part 1 at least. You wanted to use more points. Prediction was close. Yeah, the prediction was pretty short today. I just did a 30-second one because easy game. All right, part 2. Y'all just remembered they can only switch out tiles that are red or green. So your rectangle can only include red or green tiles. In your list, every red tile is connected to the red tile before and after it by a straight line of green tiles. The list wraps so the first red tile is also connected by the last red tile. Tiles that are adjacent to your list will always be on either the same row or same column. Okay. In your list, every red tile is connected to the red tile before or after it in a straight line of green tiles. So they will alternate positions. Clearly, Eagle PT, thank you for the resub at 45 months. It's great to see you. I hope you're doing well. Appreciate your continued support. Kegsa says, why is Twitch so slow at giving me my streak, man? Because it just wants you to stay and watch the stream. Maybe it knows that you're gaming this. Okay, well, let's at least put in this. Okay, so we basically need to figure out what's inside and outside. This is actually very similar to a problem we did some other year. A problem that we did some other year. Like, how big are the points here? Like, could we realistically plot everything here? Like, the numbers aren't that It's probably a few million points. Do we know which company Eric is working for? I don't remember. Big Blaster says, are you still on career break? Yeah. Forever. In theory. There's no way Eric works at Palantir. There's no fucking way. There's no way. That would be the worst. The rectangle you choose still must have red tiles in opposite corners. Okay, so it still has to pick these. So my initial thought is we just have to figure out like naively I think this problem is just an inside-outside problem and is easier than I expect. Like, I don't see how it could ever be the case. Oh. So my initial thought was, like, we're gonna have a series of, like, nubs that are, like, this point and this point, which make a rectangle here. And we would just have to check that this doesn't nub inside like this. And so we would just need to look for other points that would invalidate this rectangle. The problem, though, is you could have something like I don't know, some fucking nonsense here. And the actual rectangle would be like this internal part here. But I think like a naive solution that just checks every other solution, I think just needs to check that there's no other points contained in here, because then we would never end up with a concavity. Did I retire? That's one way to say it. It's one way to say it, yeah. Wonder if he still uses Perl? Yeah, oh, for sure. Perl, I think, is Eric's, like, primary language. Yeah, so I think naively it's just compute all the rectangles and see if they don't have points inside them. I can't think of a faster way to do that. I guess we could find every point and mark every other point that, or every other pair of points that contains another one and just eliminate that way. But I don't even know if that's correct. I don't even know if that's correct. Because, like, eliminating these two, we would find this point in here. Like, where was the largest one? This was the largest one. Like, we know this one isn't the largest because it contains this. We know this one isn't the largest because it contains this. I think that idea works. But I'm not certain. What do we got here? What? What in the brain rot is this? My son runs very slow. You need to lower his graphics. Okay. Gamer hours right here. All right. We gotta put this on the paint channel with my janky workaround. Anthonk is CEO of Anthony Writes CEDO. What? What? That doesn't... It doesn't work, my guy. Good try, though. Okay, I'm gonna try my idea and see if it works. And then go from there, I guess. It's gonna be n cubed, but I sort of don't care. So we need to figure out whether these 2 points contain this third point. Is it not just that the third point is between the min and max of the coordinates? I think that's right. I mean, we could also just do it as double intent and not have to generalize it. But I feel like generalizing it will be easier, but... Yeah, I think this is generalized. Let me make sure these functions do what I expect. What was the example from the first problem? 2, 5, and 11, 1. Yeah, that looks right. And so let's take does 2, 5, and 11, 1 contain whatever the fuck this middle point is? 7, 3? It does. I feel like there's an edge case here though where there's a constraint in this problem that makes me not think this is an issue. Like I'm thinking like, oh. I'm thinking like we have our 2 target points here, which would make their rectangle. But what if we had like this? Like right now we say that these are contained, but they're really not. Because they would need to be within this inner space to be a problem. If they're on the edge, it isn't a problem. I think. Let me reread the... Making me red or green, so it doesn't fucking matter. So I need them to actually be inside. So I think instead of less than or equal to, these need to be less thans. I like strict inequality. Hey, what's up? It's Manhart. How's it going? Good to see you. Welcome to the club. Yeah, this seems sort of reasonable. So let's take this example still again. But if we had, let's say 2, 5. What was 2, 5 and 11, 1? Where is the drawing here? This is 11, 1. This is 2, 5. So if we had another point at 11, 3 or 1, 5, 5, 1. It shouldn't be in, but if we do 5, 2, it should be. I think that sounds reasonable. I joined a gym today. Got to use the wellness perk. Dude, I also did that on my way out. Well, I didn't join a gym. I just expensed my renewal. That I had forgotten to. Actually, it coincidentally renewed right on the week that things happen, which was kind of fun. I think this is it. It doesn't seem that bad. Let's see if it passes the test case. And of course it does. So let's figure out when that happened and why it was wrong. Seven, 1, and 11, 1. Oh, that's fine. It's not the one. That's gonna be a distance of a size of 5? Yeah, that sounds right. Seven, 1, and 9, 7, which is a size of 21. What did it say the answer was supposed to be here? 24? Seven, 1, and 9, 7. Is this X? I don't know. 7, 3, and 11, 1. Okay, so 7, 1 was here. And 9, 7 is here. So that is a legal one, yeah. Okay. 7, 1, and 9, 5. So here. And 9. Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that a point on our graph here? No? How did we get 9, 5? Where the fuck does that come from? Oh, it is a point here. X of 9. Was that this point down here? Or this point here? So this is 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, that's this point. That's these 2 points. That also seems correct. That seems fine. Macapelon, it's almost 2 a.m. Yeah, I know. I did a lot of stuff today. 7, 1, and 2, 5. 7, 1 is here. This is not internal space. This is external space. Yeah, so this is the problem where we need to consider things being inside or outside. I think we can just mark all the outside points as we traverse. It's these little corners. We do need to figure out whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. Holla holla, we them boys! Hey-oh. But how do we figure out what's inside and what's outside? Oops. It's only 12 days now? That's true, that's true. Okay. Yeah, so the problem is we found this rectangle, but it's outside. We probably also found this rectangle as the biggest one, but it is also outside. So we need to figure out whether this is clockwise or counterclockwise. And from that, we can mark points on the outside edge and make sure that they aren't contained in these as well. I always lose steam by the end of the first week. Maybe we can finish this year. That's my thought in completing them all in SQLite this year. So at least we have the same idea. Okay. So we need to mark. How do we figure out whether something is inside or outside? You can easily detect the outside by using not inside. You're welcome. Oh, 100%, Robin. Bless. Bless. Oh, also I realize we have another paint drawing that we need to, oops. Save as bitmap onto the desktop again. We gotta put this in the Dixord as well. Oh, almost forgot this little nubby here. I don't know how we would have survived without that. Okay, so how can we figure out whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise without just looking at the fucking output and seeing if it's clockwise or counterclockwise? Does it tell us? No. So how can we figure out whether we're inside or outside? I guess we can figure out the net number of turns that it does. Is that right? So if we look at this problem, we're at 0 turns. Actually, let's pause this. Julio Rats, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. So let's take this. Come back to Paint again. We're getting a lot of work out of Paint today. So 7-11 to 11-1. We're not doing any turns there. We have net nothing there. Julio Rat says, I'm fine, and you? I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. Cactus going to sleep? You're gonna wait until you get your streak? Yeah, you did get it last stream already. I don't know what the deal is. All right, so 7-1 is this point here. Let's do brushy blue. We start here and we go to here. Maya, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How was your stream? What were you up to? How are things? My name is Anthony. I usually work on open source Python. Today we're doing Advent of Code. You were also doing Advent of Code. Nice. Great to hear. How was your stream? Were you working on today's problem? No spoilers, no hints. We're working it out. I think I'm pretty close on an idea. Doing a different language for every day. Ooh, cool. So what I'm doing is I'm solving them in Python, and then I'm solving them in I'm solving them in SQLite. Memeing around a little bit. It's a terrible, terrible thing to do, but just starting out to days 1 through 4.5. Nice, awesome. That's good to hear. I'm drawing in Paint right now to try and figure out how we figure out what's inside and what's outside. Psyduck69 says yeah, indeed. Rediscovering my passion for coding, and this has been great. Oh, I love Advent of Code. It's so much fun. I'm doing pretty well. I'm a little tired. I woke up super early for Run Club today, and then spent most of the rest of the day rewriting the Git history of a repo. And now I'm braining about Advent of Code, so it's good. It's good. Vimandrinya says, I just tried to wipe my screen because I thought those blocks on the edges in Paint were dirt. Oh, these? Yeah, they do look a little smudgy. What's on your screen right now scares me. This actually isn't that bad. This isn't that bad. Okay, so we start by figuring out this is direction R here. And then we go down for this. Which is a clockwise turn. So this is clockwise, has 1 here. So that's this here. Then we're going from down to left, which is here, which is another clockwise turn. Then we go from left to up. Up. here, which is yet another clockwise. Then we go from up to left, which is counterclockwise. One under our counterclockwise here. I'll hop off so I don't spill my stuff. Sounds good. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you for the raid. Have a good one. I'll see you around. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Okay, from left, we then go up, which is another clockwise. I don't know why I wrote my U's different both times. And then from up, we go right, which is another clockwise. And then we need to wrap around. So we have one more up, which is a counterclockwise. And then we got to do this last turn, which is a clockwise. And if I'm correct, we should have 4 more of these, 4 more of the direction that it is to figure out what's inside and out. So if it's clockwise, we're making a loop like this. If it's counterclockwise, we're making a loop like this. And so we know what's inside and outside based on whether we have moved clockwise or counterclockwise. I think. That's my thought. How are you running Paint on Linux? How am I running Linux on Windows is probably the better question. Robin says you're absolutely right. God damn it. I can't tell whether you're encouraging me or LLMing me. Yes. Yeah, so I guess, like, assuming this is my idea, now I just have to turn it into code. And also we have to save this and put it on the Discord. We're getting a lot of A2C Paint today. Three art pieces on today's stream. What a joy. Today's a paint gold mine, it's true. Nobody even spammed the emote. What's up with that? There, I'll put it in the chat for you. Okay. I think that's what we need. So now I just need to turn it into code somehow. So I think in order to get all of our direction counts correct, we need to add or we need to figure out the first direction and then add extra points in. Yeah. Just to make sure this works how I expect it to. Yeah. Okay, so we need to find the first direction. Maybe we just make a function for it. Levon says, I just joined. Is this part A or B? It's part B. I've been stuck on that for quite a while today. Good luck. I think I got an idea. I gotta make sure I'm representing up correctly. Yeah, we represented up as negative y. So if y gets smaller, if y gets larger, this is down. If p2x gets bigger, this is right. Superchunk says, damn dude, haven't watched you in a year. Still doing AOC? 100%. We do it every year. I quit programming and became a brain surgeon. How's that working out for you? Yeah, your message from 3 years ago was, am I the only one who hates leet code grinding while applying for jobs? Well, welcome back. How you doing? Did you have a medical degree, or how did you become brain surgeon so quickly? I forgot return statements. I'm clearly not braining. Yeah. So let's just check something real quick. And before I used AI. Okay. Direction of points 0 to points 1 should be right. Is that what we had in our drawing? Yes, it is. Trust. And then from points 1 to points 2, it's down, which is what we have in our drawing. Cool. And support.direction for .right .clockwise is down, and clockwise is up. And so counterclockwise is up. So we can figure out whether it went in or out from that. Whew. Okay. So we need to figure out what the first direction is and the previous point. So what? So what? What the fuck do I do from this? V Mandarino says, my ex's dad was a rocket scientist. Too many people made the you don't have to be a rocket scientist joke. I think they kind of signed up for that, you know? Forgot to run linter. Yeah, you'll get assigned soon. Okay, so if we did this correctly, we should have clockwise being 6 and counterclockwise being 2. Okay. And just as before, one of them is 4 greater than the other, which is what I expect. 4 greater than what I expect. So now we know whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. Hey, what's up, Marsha? Hello, hello. How you doing? Good to see you again. Hard things. I'm cooking. Okay, let's look at our drawing again. So in order to find outside points, I think it's every time that we don't actually create any outside points when we're going the direction that we want, the clockwise direction. We're only creating outside points when we're going the opposite ones. So we should only create 2 of them here. This point and this point. So that should work, I think. Yeah, so we need to do this same traversal again, but this time record when we go the opposite direction of what we expect. And in that case, we need to figure out how to get this point here from this transition. Like if we go from up to left when it's clockwise or counterclockwise, we need to go from this point left and down, but I don't know how to figure that out. Or down and left. We need to preserve this direction, but the opposite of the previous direction, maybe? Preserve this direction, opposite of previous direction. Yeah, I think that works. Defcan Game says these drawings should be in a museum. Fortunately, they're in the museum of my Discord. I think I'm just gonna re-traverse now that we know what just because I could do the computation here, but I think it's gonna be harder to understand. When you have 1,000 or more, publish an art book. That would be actually kind of cool. I wonder if there's an AOC lore master who keeps track of all the things that elves have done over the years. Probably. There's probably someone who has pointed out inconsistencies in the Eric AOC universe. Okay, let's do this traversal again, I guess. So now we say if clockwise and this, these are the cases where we have to do the thing. I need to test my idea in the counterclockwise case because I think I've only looked at it in the clockwise case. Okay, so what did I say? We want to move the direction that we moved and the opposite of the previous direction to get our outside point. I think that's correct. But let's think about it in the opposite direction. So let's say that we are moving counterclockwise here. And so this is our clockwise. So from this point, we want to move here and the opposite of the previous direction. I think that's correct. That's correct. We're moving counterclockwise. Okay. I like this. I like this. So let's see what happens if we run this now. We should get 2 outside points. 8, 6, and 6, 2. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. Yep, that's one of the points that we expect. And then 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 6. I think that looks right. So let's see what we get. We get the right answer for the sample input. And now we get to gamble, chat. Now we get to gamble. God, I hope this is right. I'll even give you a minute to gamble. While I go fill up my water. But I will be right back. I will see you in a sec. All right, let's figure out if we did the needful. What does the prediction look like? Wow, 97% said yes, at least from points. We got 5 believers and 3 doubters. Ah, you were too late to put 15K on yes. All right, let's see what we got. Oh god, it's so slow. It's really slow. What's the algorithmic efficiency here? N cubed, where n is 250. How many iterations are we gonna have to do? $30 million iterations? Shouldn't be that bad. Shouldn't be that bad. It shouldn't be that bad, I say, as we're 50 seconds in. This is not correct. Choose outcome, no. Sad. Sad. All right, let's see. Saved your 15K, it's true. Yeah. There goes your 80 channel points. Levon says, could you explain the general idea? My idea is to find points where there's no other points inside. And we've marked all of the points that are outside. The corners that are outside. So like we know what's inside and outside is the idea. So that brings us to the drawing board. Given this takes 54 seconds to run, I'm gonna make a PyPy virtual env just because it should go faster. You're super delayed. Okay. Let's see how long this solution takes in PyPy. Just because I expect it to be faster. And if that'll make it. Oh, I didn't actually source the virtual env. I hope this doesn't take 54 seconds, is what I'm saying. Okay, that's sort of what I expect. Sort of what I expect. So let's figure out what rectangle this is and why it even why it tried to use that one. Oh, I think I have an idea. I'll make a new paint drawing. I think if we have a shape that looks like this, it looks like this. This is marked as outside, and this is marked as outside, but this is still considered a valid rectangle. And so I think all I need to do is mark these as outside. Maybe not even this one. Just marking more points as outside. Will potentially improve this. Drawing type says, going to bed at almost 6 a.m. Why do I do this, right? I think I just need to mark more points as outside. Do I even need all three? I feel like I don't need all three, but if but it makes the algorithm so much worse every point I add. Like, can I get away with just the... I think I can get away with just the corner point. Like, just this point here. Because it would have to be diagonal from this point anyway. And if it was diagonal this way, we would have marked something concave here. Maybe? I guess not necessarily. Like, what if we had this? And we were here and here? I guess we would have marked this point here, which should be contained inside this square, this rectangle. Yeah, so I think we just need to mark diagonal. You just need to mark diagonal. Okay, so let's say that we're going clockwise. We need to move the previous direction and then the opposite of the current direction. We should make an example first that demos this. So let's come up with numbers that make this box here. Specifically something that looks, I guess, like this, where it would pick this big fucking area here. So how do I get this? Let's say actually, let's move this down so I can draw numbers next to it. So let's say that this is, well, these are gonna be annoying. I don't know, 10, 1, and then 11, 1, and then I don't know, 11, 11, and then 1, 11, and then, oh no, it has to do this thing here. Okay, well, yeah, we'll just subtract. We'll just say 1, 8, and then 2, 8, and also Inside here is 2, 9. Brushy. And this will be 10, 9 here. So let's yeah, I'm gonna move this over here so I can actually write another input. Okay, I gotta write all these out. All right, 1, 8 to 2, 8 to 2, 9 to 10, 9. That doesn't look right. I guess we increase X and then we increase Y. No, that's right. 10, 9 and then 10, 1 and then 11, 1 and then 11, 11, make a wish, and then 1, 11, and then it should wrap around to 1, 8. And what's the biggest box from this that we should expect? It should be I believe either this rectangle here or this rectangle here. Let's see, 2, 9 to 11, 11. Fuck. Why did I call it distance? Whatever, it doesn't matter. So that has a size of 30. But we need to make sure that this is not bigger, or this is actually bigger. 2, 8 and 10, 1. Wait, not 2, 9. How did I get 2, 9? Wait. 11, 11 and 10, 1 is what I should have been comparing. 10, 1 and 11, 11 is size 22, and the bad rectangle is 10, 1, 2, 8. Which is 72. So we shouldn't get 72, we should get probably 22. And of course I need to put it into our test case. We get 88, we get an even bigger number. How did we get 88 though? Cursed? Oh, because it picked this point. It picked this point over here. It picked 1, 8. No, that's 80. What? Oh, I guess then it picked 11, 1. Yeah, it picked 11, 1 also. This should be 88. Okay. Okay, so we have a failing test. Nice, nice. We are feeling arts today, Spaceberry. We've done so many arts today. Hey, yes, hello, hello. 3-stream streak. Nice, nice. Welcome, welcome. Maya Stellar says, hey-oh! Hey-oh! C exam in 5 hours. Still trying to wrap my head around static, extern, auto, register pointer to a function structure, array of pointer structures, malloc, realloc, calloc, free, heap versus stack. It's all spaghetti. Oh my. So at least in C, you almost never should use auto register or realloc or calloc. But I guess for your exam you have to, so correct. You're so cooked. Yeah. Okay, chat. I didn't, so, okay. In high school, I feel like it was kind of normal for people to like make out in the hallways between classes. Like that was just kind of like, oh, that's a high school thing, right? In the computer science building today, as I was leaving, there were two presumably students. God, I hope they were students. Just fucking making out in the hallway. Like hot and heavy. Like hands were involved. They moved to the stairwell because I think somebody like were like, hey, hey. But I always take the stairs. So I saw them. So as I was leaving, I walked by them and I was like, that's weird. I went to go to the bathroom and get a drink. And then I walked past again and they were gone. I was like, okay, good. They're gone. Someone told them to not do this. And I always take the stairs because I don't like the elevator. Well, I'm okay with elevators. I'd rather take stairs, especially when I'm going down. And they were in the stairwell, just sitting there making out. And I'm like, oh God. What is happening? Why? Of all the buildings too, right? Computer science students, like, Robin's going to bed. Thank you for stopping by. Sorry to go out on whatever the fuck that story was. Yeah. I'm not a professor. My title is temp. I'm working with some professors. I'm not a grad student. I'm not a PhD. I'm not a professor. I'm not an instructor. I'm just a nobody working with some professors currently. But I am a university employee. I hope the bathroom and the drink were different locations though. Yeah, they're adjacent, but not. I wasn't drinking out of the toilet. Okay, what did I say that I had to do? We have to apply, where's my drawing? We're trying to get this diagonal point over here. I think that's all we need to do. I hope. Otherwise we'll draw all 3 points, but I don't think we need all 3 points. No exams for me. I haven't taken exams in so long. Thank God. Okay, so we're going clockwise. We need the previous direction and the opposite of the current direction. So the opposite of this, we need previous direction dot apply, d dot opposite dot apply, previous point. Previous point? Yeah, because this is the previous point, because we've done that. Okay. Yeah. And now we fucked up our actual solution, so that's clearly not right. Well, let's look at that drawing then and figure out how we fucked that one up. Oh, I think we already have it open here. So we should have marked this point, 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 that point. But clearly not. So we gotta take a look at where we fucked up. Do you carry this chunky keyboard with you to the university? No, I have a laptop. AS says, what does it mean for code to be just in time compiled? Specifically referring to a JIT, it means that it is generating machine code on the fly when it detects, well, generally it means it's generating machine code on the fly when it detects a hot path in your code as a, as an optimization. Yeah. Call yourself a visiting scholar and you'll fit right in? Yeah. I just need my honorary PhD. Where the fuck is my honorary PhD? Come on. So let's see. Let's see where we fucked up. So I have a helper for this. Print chords hash. Does it care if it's actually a set or not? I don't think so. Hmm. Hmm. Fuck. Oh. Should have run the linter. I didn't run it again, but should have run the linter again. Okay, I'm gonna run the linter. Gross. I would never format it like that. Yeah, so these points are right. How the fuck did we end up with these ones? Oh, I know. I know. So now, sweet. Very good. $30. I must have got the wrong rectangle. But let's just figure out if that's correct or not. Two 9 and 11. 2 9 is here and 11 is down there. Okay, yeah, so that rectangle is bigger than this rectangle. Okay, I'm okay just saying let's update the test. We don't need you anymore. Okay, we found a failing case. We've updated our code. It's time for another gamble. Well, actually, before we do a gamble, let's run it and make sure that the number we get is smaller than the previous number we got, and then we'll run the gamble. So at least we have a little bit of information there. AS says, wouldn't an interpreter do that? Convert a part of language code into machine code too. Typically, an interpreter's not going to convert it directly to machine code, just a naive interpreter. We got the same number as before, so clearly we need to do more work. Yeah, naively an interpreter takes some intermediate and interprets it. But smart interpreters will perform just-in-time compilation to turn them into machine code. Okay, so I'm not doing the gamble because we didn't actually improve anything here. Let's add the other 2 points just to completely mark the bounds here. I wonder, like, is it possible that we draw we enclose a chunk? I guess there would have to be. Yeah, how the fuck would that happen? No, we would have changed the input. We would change the values. I think that we've eliminated that just because of this. Let's add more points to our outside and see if that does what we expect. We'll mark all 3 points of this here. So it is, so going this way, it's opposite of this, and oh, I guess it's just the same things that we have here. But I don't know how we could write a test case to prevent that. Let's see if we get a different answer this time. Fuck. That's not good. That's really not good. That number is still the same. Oh, shit. I think that means my idea is flawed. I think that means my idea is flawed somehow. But I don't really understand how. Charlie Projects, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Let's oh, we gotta add to the art gallery. And then we gotta get back to the drawing board. Particularly Pythonic says, I really wanted your idea to work. It would have been elegant. Yeah. I'm just not really understanding how there's a case where it doesn't work. I guess I should draw the whole giant thing and visualize it somehow. Somehow. like containment math is wrong. I don't think it is, but I also don't know. Bro, today was killer. Just finished it myself. I feel like I'm close, or at least I really like my idea. But I don't really know why it wouldn't work. AS says, I noticed that you're using virtualenv. I'm not very familiar with Python ecosystem, but I've seen the common xkcd meme about Python package management. Is VM the OG? It's certainly the simplest, and in my opinion, the most reliable. Okay, so let's, how are we gonna draw this whole fucking thing? Because I think it's pretty large, right? It's actually not that large. It's like 100,000 points. Bang explains, particularly Pythonic. Yeah, this isn't that big. It's gonna generate a giant image. Maybe we make an image. Let's. I mean, it's 100,000 by 100,000, right? Ish. Which is going to be quite a few pixels. Uh, 100,000 is a lot. That's massive image. Matplotlib should be able to handle that? I doubt it. Like, even if you had one byte per pixel, you're talking about like a massive file there. What would be kilobytes, megabytes, 10 gigabytes, and you definitely have an image bigger than that. So no, I don't think Matplotlib's gonna help me here. Because I do still somehow need to visualize this though. God damn, this idea seems so nice. Maybe I just need to think about like how it's flawed. Like more cases like this. Like I feel like one of the cases has to be, let's make a new drawing. Like, I feel like in some way you could actually wrap around on yourself. But I think you would still mark these as illegal. And in fact, you would mark this as illegally. So I don't think that's what's happening here, because this would result in a too small solution. How does the Python interpreter use the type annotations? It does nothing. They are special comments, essentially. So I don't think this is the situation that's happening. Is my containment function just wrong? I guess we can write a little demo. Hey, what's up, Eptivime? Hello, hello. Yeah, Sarah left Sentry a long time ago. I'm also not at Sentry. Did you not watch my video, Hepta5? Anthony writes code the movie? Yeah, on my YouTube channel. You might want to have an hour and a half that you can sit down and watch it. It's kind of long. Okay, I feel like my containment function seems like it works. What if I change the order of P1 and P2? I am not at another start. No. Sentry Software Company? Yes. I am not at... Yeah. No. Fuck. Join me at Google. I don't really want to do work. Smile. Okay, I need to come up with counter examples to my idea. Somehow. Like there must be a situation where I am including a range that's not possible. I'm including points that's not possible. So I guess the first thing to do is let's figure out which set of points it picked. Um, oh. I was like, that got to my breakpoint way too soon. Why I left Stripe 8 minutes. I'm no longer centering a whole ass movie. Yeah, I decided to like be a little bit more specific about what else I did there. Who the fuck are you? Oh. I don't. Yeah, so I guess the first thought is like, that's interesting. It's really interesting. Holla Holla Weedon Boy says, Anthony, if you could recommend one Python or comp sci book, what would it be? I don't know how to read. YouTube.com/anthonywritescode. So this is interesting because there are points on the border of being contained here. Yeah, it's a book. Yeah. So this is sort of interesting. I wonder if there's something about the clockwise-edness that I would have to think about. Like this point to this point is negative, well, -1 in the correct wisedness. This is 0. So we would have to have a clockwisedness of 2, perhaps? But this is 4. Maybe it has to have an even clockwisedness? Could it have a negative clockwisedness? No. So positive even, maybe? No, because these 2 points could be a rectangle. They could be, but they probably aren't. Like, I wonder what the clockwise score is at these 2 points. PP. What do you mean? Oh, I gotta get rid of this breakpoint. This breakpoint is not useful. So the score there is +2 at the first point. And it is +4 at the second point. So my heuristic that I was thinking of would not eliminate this. Oh wait, no, it's... But it's odd here and even here. Okay, so somewhere in here we have a point like this. And this is the outside, this is the inside. And then somewhere here we have this. So this is the rectangle that we're making. And this is colored in. So somehow this internal rectangle in this, you know, whatever the fuck is going on here and whatever the fuck is going on here is too big. Which is interesting. We did see a bunch of points on the border of these things here. So let's try and find those and see what it is. Maybe that'll give us some hints. Also, which is which point? A2591. So this is the big X, small y is the second one. I think I coincidentally drew it that way. Big X, small y is this one, and the other one is small x, big Y. Yeah. So that's those 2 points. Let's look at what other ones we had on the border of those. Do we have enough scroll back to get there? No. This is, for example, one of them. So these are the ones that are on the border. In theory. So let's look at what those are. So this is the first one we've hit. I think that makes sense. These, oh no, we don't know what they'll be. So we were going left and then we moved to up. We're on the vertical edge? No. We're on the edge that matches the big Y. So we're on this edge here. And we were going left and are now going up. What? We were going left and are now going up? How? That would be like this. With this being the inside. But I don't think that's even the right place that this point would be. So let's make this diagram bigger. So we're gonna start over. Oh, we gotta save as a bitmap so that we can save it out. And then we gotta copy this. Don't copy that floppy. gonna start over. Okay, so let's make our little graph skadoodle here. Hello, Halloween boys, you like my thumbnails? Nice. It makes one of us, I guess. So let's get these just to do this again. So 17,192, this. Small x, big y. What are we drawing? Small x, big y. We draw ourselves a point. This is at y of 85663. And it's at x of small 17192. And it was going up, and now it is going left. Oh wait, but hold on. That doesn't tell us about the curl at this point. I'm marking the wrong points as out of bounds, I think. I think it just happened to work on the sample problem due to dumb luck. Oh no, we are using the previous point. So I think I actually want to look at the next iteration, not this one. Because that'll tell us how it curled around the point. So it was going left, hit our point, and then went up. So it was going left, and then went up. So this is what we have here. And since it was clockwise, this should be inside. And so the next point is this one up here, which is somewhere up here. That makes sense. It was going left, got to this point, then went up. So this is the inside, and that's the outside. Okay, if we continue, we're now looking at this point up here, which we can draw on our graph. Obviously not to scale, but let's leave ourselves a lot of room. X is, or Y is 14572. And X is 82591. That's not where I wanted that. No, it's close enough. Whatever, I don't give a shit. And it was previously going right and is now going down. So we have this sort of situation, which I think is the graph that we drew before. Which makes sense? Why does that make sense? You can absolutely visualize the problem using MATLAB. I'm not using fucking MATLAB. We're using MS Paint. Can't you tell? All right, let's look at these other points. One 18377 and this. Don't we kind of need to look at where it'll go after this, though? We kind of need to figure out... Well, we don't really need to figure it out. Let's see. So we're traveling up into this point. At x of this and y of that. So somehow we're going up here into a point that's here-ish. It's the bigger x. Let's do this so that we get what the corner looks like. So it was going up into that, and then now it is going left. So it's counterclockwise. So we have this here. At, what did we call that? 18377. And it's counterclockwise. So this should be okay. This should be inbounds. Oh. And it goes directly into our point. So we can actually just fill in this line here. Okay, so that's one of the points that we found on the edge of this thing. Let's see what else we get. We're looking at the corner that's at 17192 and 84787. Big Y, but not as big. 17192 is along here, and so we have this point, which lives at 84787. And D should be left. And prev D should be up. If I'm guessing. So through this point, we're traveling like this, which still keeps this stuff in bounds. We don't really know what happened or what order this thing happened in. I guess we can find the index of the... It's 183. Oh, so... What did I... 17192 85663 is 182. Okay, so these also connect. So we actually have 3 points in a row near our corner of interest. Up to 5 says, why is Michigan's quarterback so bad? Ohio State made the game not fun. Yeah, Michigan didn't do so hot. I also didn't watch the game, but that's fine. A Loop Guru says, I've seen your videos on YouTube, but until I found your Twitch, I didn't realize several more tools I use daily are your projects too. Ah, neat. Why did Ohio State cheat? I don't know that they cheated. All right, let's continue along this path. So we have prev P 81882 and 14572. So it is along the top, and it is what? 81882. Very large X. It's here-ish. And if I'm guessing correctly, it should be down and then right. And the next point should be 82591. It should be this one here. So it actually connects with this. And it is counterclockwise. So this should be the inside. Okay. So that's point number 429. I probably should have been writing that down. This is number 183. This is 182. This is 181. This is 429 and 430. They cheated. They have OP wide receivers and running back and quarterback. That's just money, baby. Okay, we're now looking at 82591 and 15742. That's this one and 15742. That's somewhere over here. And it is connected to these and should be down and then right. Yeah. I should make a marker for this, which is at Y15742. Like, so far this feels like we've found a bounds on this rectangle here. Michigan paid the quarterback like $3 million to come to Michigan, but he can't throw. I mean, he's only a freshman. Where is this breakpoint? Down here? I thought we had 4 points to look at. Did we look at 4 special points? We did. They paid a freshman $3 million. I don't know the number. Yeah, this is really confusing to me because I feel like we found bounds around here. Maybe we need to expand our point horizon a little bit larger to get a bigger picture of what's going on, because I don't think there's anything in here. And I think we know which side of the line is the inside and the outside. Assuming my clockwise counterclockwise idea works. I think it does. I guess I should have looked at the other picture and tried it in the other direction. So if we go the other direction, we have counterclockwise 1, 2, clockwise 1, 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1, 4 to 2, 5 to 2, 6 to 2. Yeah, I think that works. 6 counterclockwise, 2 clockwise. So I think that idea feels right. All right, let's expand our points out slightly and see if we get more collected. Where's this? So let's do -2 here. Still only get 1. What if we +2 here? Still only get 1. We -2 here. Still only get 1. +2 here. We still only get 1. Well, then what the fuck? Why is this not a valid thing? Oh, I fucked up this. Like, I feel like we found a rectangle that doesn't have any other points There's no points in this region here at all. I'm pretty sure we know, like, based on the ordering of these points and the topology, like, nothing comes into this region. So how is this not the biggest rectangle? Did my output actually say too high? I don't even remember. Yeah, it said this number is too high. And that's the number we get from these points. So how? How is it? How is it not? And I don't think I can run flood fill on 10 billion points. That's going to take forever. Can't just like draw it that way. This is perplexing. It's 3 million a year. That's crazy. Well, at least they're paying athletes. I think that's actually a good thing. Yeah, so somehow this never comes back within this realm, I think. So I don't know how I don't know how this area gets impacted at all. Because these are the 4 points that we searched for, right? That's this one. This is this one. This is this one. And then, sorry, this is the 4th one. Yeah. Eric! What the fuck? Let me make sure that I'm not missing a constraint here. Still must have red tiles in opposite corners. But any other tiles it includes must now be red or green. Do I just have the area computation wrong? I feel like this idea is... Less than half of those who solved part 1 solved part 2 today. That doesn't surprise me at all. So... And this is that same cursed number, right? Yeah. First time this year, the majority have not finished the whole problem. Yeah. I think that makes sense. This problem is definitely a step up in difficulty, especially when like I feel like I have a solution, but I don't understand why it doesn't work. Ah! Like, as far as I understand, all of the waggling that happens here never occurs inside the bounds of this box. And all the waggling that occurs here never occurs inside the bounds of this box. So how could some part of this inside here be outside? Which would eliminate this box. That's what I'm not getting. Oh. I thought of a case that completely fucks my idea. Using this diagram. Shit, okay. What if this waggles around out here and then goes way the fuck up here and does this? Ah! Okay. Okay. Let's think about that then. Let's think about that then. Just guessing that that's what's happening. Let's see. I mean, that's probably it. I can probably make a test case that looks like that. And then oh, that's monster. Fucking concavities. Yeah, because my points marked outside would live up over here. And not anywhere in this bounds here, even though there's a giant gaping hole in it. Okay, I'm gonna fill my water. I will be right back. I will see you all in a sec. Hello, we back. Let's write a test case that looks like this monster and go to that. First, we will put this into the paint channel. So I feel like we're cheating a little bit by making a new paint drawing here. So we need something that does this, and then this, and this. I think that is a good case. And so this is the rectangle that we were considering before that's illegal. But we got to make sure all the other rectangles are smaller. Somehow. So what? Let's say this is 1 and 2, and then this is a large number, so let's say like 50. Oh, this needs to be smaller. Let's say 0, 1, and 2. Let's call this 50. We actually don't even need this nubby here. Let's get rid of that. Let's call this 0 also. And we'll call this 1. We can call this 2. So 2, this can be 3, I guess. And then this can be 51, I guess. In fact, this can match 51. Just make it simpler, I guess. And then this kind of needs to be a big number, so let's call this 50 also. Let's call it 60. And we'll call this 61. And then I think we can make our points from that, which should eliminate this inner rectangle that we thought is big but is not actually big. And then we can figure out how to write an algorithm for it. Yeah, let's draw the points for this. All right, input 3. We're going to start at 0, 0. We're going to go to 60, 0. We're going to go to 62. Then we're going to go to 61, 2. Then we're going to go to 61, 51. Then we're gonna go to 351. Then we're gonna go to 3, 1. Then we're gonna go to 2, 1. Then we're gonna go back down to 251, 151, 150, which was our point. Then we're going to go to 0, 50, and then wrap around to 0, 0. I don't know what the number is going to be here, so let's just do that. But we know that it's not going to be what? We know that it's not going to be 2,940, which I think is what my current algorithm is going to produce. 3050. Oh yeah, because I guess in this diagram, this point also would be considered, which would I guess be what, 0, 50? That's not even the bigger one either. Oh, I guess this point too. Bigger than that. How? Who? Where? Oh, I guess this point up here? No, because these should get excluded. How did you get 3050? 61, 2? 61, 2? And 151. These points here. Yeah, that makes sense. And still in that case, we have this same nubby problem. Okay, so we have a failing thing. Yeah, I'm not really interested in a manual solution. Oh, this is supposed to, one of these is supposed to be in my car, I think. I intentionally keep chapstick in my car because I always forget to put it in my pocket, but I think this one is from my car. So it actually needs to go back into the car. Cool. So how can we eliminate these? And maybe more generally, how can we go back to... Maybe there's a better generalization for eliminating these cases? Like, I can't think of how... Like, I think looking at the line segments that would intersect the edges of the square would eliminate the problem, would probably eliminate the problem, but that seems really slow. I mean, it's going to be 4 times as slow as what we have right now. Maybe not 4 times, maybe like twice as slow as what we have right now. I also always forget the formula for line intersection. But that would eliminate this specific case, but I don't know if it's general enough to eliminate all the cases. But I guess we could try and implement that and see where it goes. I guess we need to keep track of all of the vertical lines and all of the horizontal lines. And then I need to look up the copy paste algorithm for line intersection. Is that gonna be enough? Guess we can try that. I guess we can try that. Then I'm not gonna edit this drawing anymore, so let's save over the other one and send it to the Dixord. Let's try to implement that. I wonder if we can use the clockwiseness score also to... Well, if we go back to this point to this point has a negative clockwiseness score. This point to this point, -1 + 1 is 0. And I think it needs to be positive. No, because it could go from here to here. There's no clockwiseness score in adjacent points. Right? I feel like there's something about the score that could actually figure this out. Like, what if this were clockwise and then counterclockwise? That would still have the same problem. I don't know if we can know the score relative to make it work. Anyway, let's try and do this line segment thing. I think the tuple's actually gonna be faster. I know I've implemented line intersection before, so I'm just gonna look up an algorithm. Oh, fuck off. I've clicked that so many times. I don't actually give a shit about the intersection point. I just want, can it intersect? With NumPy. I guess we can just compute it, and if it doesn't exist, then what is this? Why does this answer look like ChatGPT, but it's prior to that period? Oh, this is what I want. Very simple and elegant, but it does not handle with collinearity, and more code is needed for that purpose. That's fine, we're only looking at perpendicular ones. So, what the fuck is this doing? I see, I understand. What does CCW stand for, though? Counterclockwise order. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Fuck it. I'm copy pasting this. I feel like I have this algorithm somewhere. There's no way this is the same aneurysm as Advent of Code aneurysm. Why am I even like... Why am I even worrying about this? We have vertical and horizontal lines, like it's literally just... Like, it's way simpler than I'm making it out to be. Like, in the case where we have... this, we have, let's say, we have the y value here, which is the same. It's always the same y value. We have x1, x2, and x. We also have y, y2, y1. So, given two perpendicular lines, the answer is that y1 is less than or equal to y is less than or equal to y2, and x1 is less than or equal to x is less than or equal to x2. These are the cases for perpendicular lines. Y being the horizontal line, and x being the vertical line. So maybe I should represent the lines as their position, the three tuple instead. A horizontal line has a y position and then an x1 and an x2. And a vertical line has an X position and a Y1 and a Y2. And we can say an intersection of a horizontal line and a vertical line is h dot x1 is less than or equal to v dot x is less than or equal to h dot x2, and v dot y1 that should be y. Nighthawk says, I got my general solution working a few hours ago. Luckily the shape wasn't twisted. Well, I guess I need to min and max these. Maybe we'll just force them to be in the right order. That way I don't even have to think about it. Let me just do the opposite here. Okay, so then we have our line segments. Right, this needs more prints. As does this one. Painted script, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Nighthawk says, I got my general solution working a few hours ago. Luckily the shape wasn't twisted. Don't know what that means, but sure. Cool, we have a bunch of horizontal and vertical lines. We now need to check if any of them intersect our shape or rectangle bounds. So so what do we have? We need to make our 4 points. Frankie says, got it working after a hilarious time. Am I the only one who struggled with the wrong area calculation on the question? For part 1, yeah, there was the off by 1. I didn't really struggle with it. Like, as soon as I ran the example case, like, it was pretty clear that I was doing it wrong. so we have 4 points. We're gonna make vertical lines from, say we have box. Plus instead of times? What are you talking about? Oh, you're talking to Frankie. Oh, not to me. I was like, what? What are you talking about? So we want a P1, we're making the horizontal lines? We're making the vertical lines. So we want the same X, but the other Y. So P1 and P2, P1X and P2Y. So that's one of the vertical lines. And then we have the other vertical lines, which is 0.2 and then 0.2x and 0.1's y. Right? This point up here, and then P1's y, 0.2's x. Yeah. Shape H. So we need to take 0.1 and we need to get 0.2's. I mean, this point here. Same y as 0.1, but same y as 0.1, but the x at 0.2. Which is also the same as this point here. Makes sense? Then we need to do the opposite. So that should give us our 4 lines. This seems really error prone. Struggled on the flood fill part because no formal education. Wait, you actually flood filled? Or the number of points to flood fill is so large that I feel like you flood filled it was very fast. Oh, well. I'm not gonna flood fill. I'm gonna do without flood fill. I don't think I need to. But I might just be wrong. What did I call my function? Intersects, which takes a horizontal and a vertical line. Right, because right now things that come to a T will be this, so I think I actually just need to change these to less thans. Because our lines have a width. Wow, the area of this ends up being 1 after cutting everything out? There's no way. That seems Oh wait, 3016. That's still a big number. That doesn't sound right. Where is our diagram for that on this one? Which points did it think it was? $60, 0, and 351. 60, 0, and 351. Yeah, that is actually a valid rectangle. So that might actually be the right answer. I think that's the right answer. Is that enough to get our general solution? This is not the PyPy one. Spent over 10 hours. Spent 10 hours on this one, mostly stumbling over my own feet. Wow. Okay, that is a smaller number. I think. It's a different number for sure. Oh, but is it right? I don't know. It's prediction time. This one's as much of a toss-up as any of the other ones. I also am not entirely confident with this being a general solution, but I'll give you a minute to gamble on it. I feel like the idea is reasonably sound. It's eliminated my other test case. Have I put this one on the Discord yet? No. Time to save this, and we got one believer and no doubters so far. Come on, gamble, gamble, chat. That's why we do this. You ask for gambles, you better gamble. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Oh, fucking A, I saved it as a PNG. I think I said no, maybe? Why are you transparent? Doesn't have transparent selection. Jeez, what the fuck? Why is my workaround not working anymore? If I open it and then copy it? Oh, that's not what I want. Please? Worked that time. I don't know. Computers. All right, let's try it. We're running it in PyPy because my algorithm is gonna take like a whole fucking minute to succeed in CPython. Let PyPy go brrr! This does not bode well for the SQLite solution. Especially if this is right. It is right. But I don't know whether it's correct. Is the other part. So I kind of want to play around with this and see if we can I don't know, generalize this in a different way. Because like I'm pretty sure if I replace this check then the test will pass. Or the test will fail. Yeah. Let's say prediction, choose outcome, yes. I mean, correct, I got the answer. Frankie says, can you give a short run-up on your solution? Sure. So I basically do two things based on, let me get my drawings. Let me get my drawings in tabs so I can explain to you what's going on. So I think I already have this image here, yeah. So first I trace the diagram and figure out what directions it goes. Specifically at each bend, I figure out whether it's going clockwise or counterclockwise. Counting the number of clockwise and counterclockwise at the end to figure out whether it is, to figure out the inside or outside. So I go around here. So in this case, we got 6 clockwizes and 2 counterclockwizes. It should always be 4 different in one direction. And so once I did that, I could figure out what was inside and outside. From that, I marked each corner point relative to each bend as the I marked the outside point of each bend. So for instance, like this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, this point, and this point as outside points. I then check every rectangle, basically every point versus every other point, and I check whether there are, as a point, any of the other points are inside of it or any of the outside points are inside of it. Which works for this solution. First I only did the wrong direction ones. I only marked the elbow points. I didn't mark the like outside points or like the armpit points. I marked the armpit points, but not the elbow points. And that didn't work for a shape that looks like this. Because if you only mark the armpits, you allow a shape that looks like this, where every point is actually outside. And so I had to mark the elbow points along with the armpit points. And so that would fix this particular shape. Then I ran my solution, and I ran my solution and I found this point and this point were generating an area that was really large. And I thought about it, and the only way that could, like, there were no points inside this region at all. So the only way that it could have not been this region is if some line segment started outside of the bounds and went all the way across that rectangle and blocked it out here. And so then what I do is for each rectangle, I check if any of the line segments intersect the 4 parts here. And then I consider it good. But I don't know if that's a general solution. So now I'm checking all the points and I'm checking all of the line segments. You're saying that the inside-outside detection is not necessary? Well, my solution got the right answer, but part 2 of the Pythonic says, we started very far apart, but converged a fair bit in the end. Also, now that you've solved it, you are tending towards a winding number algorithm with your counterclockwise clockwise thing, but it's a bit more complicated. I think if you'd like to look into it later. Like the positive number, negative number, like number of clockwise relative to 0, which was something I was thinking about but didn't implement. Can you say more? Because I don't think I'm actually going to look into it. Like, would that have gotten me to something that's useful? Ringy says, it is a good idea to collect all possible X and Y coordinates in 2 arrays. I mean, there's probably a much more efficient solution which uses the line segments to delete all the other ones, but this seems to work, I think. It's a general solution for finding interiors of closed curves. But anyway, I don't know. I think I'm pretty happy with this, but it's also late, and I think we can implement part 1 in SQLite and leave part 2 for tomorrow. I'm gonna try and stream early tomorrow because I'm taking a friend to the airport. But yeah, like I'm not super happy with this, but, and I'm not sure this is actually correct, but I can't think of a case that this would not catch. Except for, I guess it would have a problem with things that enclose a section on itself, but I don't think that can happen. But I don't know. It seems to work and like fits my intuition nicely. Particularly Pythonic says this is my solution, similar to yours. Where's the I'm trying to figure out whether you're bottom up or top down. Build vertical edges, build horizontal edges. Red is your list of points. Yeah. Yours is a more clever way to reduce them. Mine just naively tries every single possibility. Oh, okay. Neat. Cool. Okay, so this, I guess, gives me more confidence that my solution actually works. I just do way more computation than is necessary. Cool. Well, that's fun. I'm kind of curious how long it takes in CPython to run. But I think I'm not gonna wait for this to finish on stream because it's gonna take forever. I estimate it to take, well, it took 11 seconds in PyPy, so it should take like 80 seconds in CPython, based on my rough intuition that PyPy is about 6 times faster on pure lib code that does the same shit over and over and over. It might be even more because I have a lot of functions, but the sequel's gonna be interesting, but I think like given my small test cases, like it'll just eventually complete and that's okay. And I could probably implement the more efficient solution, then it would go faster, but I'm actually kind of okay with this. Frankie's JavaScript implementation. Oh, actually this did finish. Actually, that's not terrible. PyPy sped it up less than I thought it would. So that's kind of not the worst. Okay, tabs. Terrifying. I'm one to judge, I guess. Okay, load your file, whatever. Calc is your function. You're doing top down rather than bottom up. There's your parse. You just add all of your possibles, okay. This is you just drawing your sparse array. Oh, you actually draw all the lines. What is this line doing? If it's a dot, then make it an X, otherwise keep it the same? Oh, because it could be an octothorpe. And this is your fill. Yep. Yep. So you actually draw the characters in your sparse arrays. I got it. That's kind of interesting. Oh, that's cool. Neat. Anyway, yeah, let me commit this, and I'll do the sequel tomorrow. Actually, let's do all the sequel tomorrow. It's gonna add the PyPy virtual env. It isn't. Nice. Yeah, so I could probably make a more efficient Python solution so that I could port part 2 to SQLite. Although I think I could actually just implement the solution I already have, because taking a minute to run is not that bad, I think. But I don't know, let's do part 1 in SQLite right now. Yeah, let's not end stream. We're gonna do part 1. 100 milliseconds with visualization, nice. It's pretty fast. I'm perhaps obviously not really caring about speed. I just want something that finishes before the heat death of the universe, so I'm okay not dealing with oh, they're already commaed. Oh, so I think this already parses. Just gonna save each of these out because we'll need them later when we do part 2. Okay, cool. In JavaScript, you can't rely on machine memory or speed due to hard limits. You need to optimize from the get-go. do you mean? What are your hard limits? Surely you can just set the... Surely you can use as much memory as you want, or as much time as you want. It's just a big cross join, right? I honestly think that I did part 1 faster in SQLite than I did it in Python. Yeah. Do I try and do part 2 right now then? Stack Overflow and recursion? Well, then don't use recursion. That doesn't seem too hard. Hey, what's up, Emma? Hello, hello. This seems a little bit annoying. So I might use a trick here. We haven't done any with triggers yet. We haven't done anything with triggers yet. And I think I could be real clever. Emma says, considering rewriting the free threading garbage collection. Oh, in Roost? Isn't it brand new? It needs a rewrite already? Not in Roost yet, sad face. Yeah, I think like I could just insert the points. As I insert the points, I can compute the clockwisedness. I can also just assume it's clockwise because all of my inputs and the input itself are clockwise. It's pretty new, but it's stopped the world, and I want to see if it's possible to make it concurrent. Yeah. Just woke up. What year is it? So part of the problem with this 2025 for now. Part of the problem with this is we don't have this like original base case. But I kind of want to see if I can solve this with triggers. Yeah, I solved part 2. in kind of a janky way. And I'm playing around in SQLite with like, how do I, because like in Python, I can obviously call this function, but we don't have a function. And these are just exists queries. Which isn't terrible. Like, this is just a giant select statement. Like, this is just part one with more constraint here. But I need to build up these three lists. And I guess I can do one iteration over this. Yeah, let's do it triggers. Triggers sounds fun. Temporary trigger t-trig after insert on So I'm literally just going to copy all the points into this table. And then I think I need to insert the first row back in. To get the last iteration. And then we need our other tables. We don't even need recursive triggers. I think we can get away with not. So these are all of our state tables. This is our side effects. This is where we do our computation. I got no idea how much I missed. I assumed it was hard on part 2. Yeah, part 2 is a little tricky. Maybe we do it like this. That way I don't have to do any special casing. So insert the first point, create the trigger, insert the rest of the points, insert the first point again. Citrus! Hi Citrus, how are you doing? Good to see you. Anthony, Live? I know, this late into the night? What the fuck is going on? Why am I here? What am I doing? Mad scientist nonsense. That's what I'm doing. Okay, let's do our updates here. These are the easy ones. These are the tough ones. Oh, we need to know if the last... We need to know what the last direction was. We don't have any data on that yet. How do I do that? Create table directions. We can represent it as an int. Maybe we might represent it as a string. But we sort of need to know the first one. Yeah, because in this code, what did we do? We grabbed the first 2 points and did that separately. And we figured out all of this separately. Wait, am I missing a line here? No, because we get it back at the end. We add it here. I guess we can insert the first one. Yeah, this will work, I think. But we need to seed this table. We've already seeded this table. We also need to seed... We don't need to seed these tables because we'll get it from the side effect here. Okay. So we need this logic here. And we're gonna need this logic all over the place. P1.x equals P2.x. Down, else, up. Okay. Let's see what we got so far. I wrote my case statement wrong. Down. Let's not use the full input. We start with right. Okay, good. That looks perfect. Okay, so now we can do our trigger. We just need to update each of these tables. So let's start with the directions table. The directions table sort of needs to happen first because we figure out the clockwise-ness based on the last two directions. Yeah. Okay, so let's figure out the direction first. Insert into directions, select P2 is just new.x. Okay, let's see what this does. No transaction is active. Oh. That's clearly not right. What the fuck? Okay, 7, 1, 11, 7. Yeah, we've skipped a point there. Because... What? What? Why is it not 11-1? Oh my fucking god. It's because... No? Okay, so we've inserted points here. Oh, because I'm selecting from points. I need to be selecting from points too. Shit. Well, that's fucking annoying. Why did I do it like this? Why did I do it like this? I'm signing myself up for off by 1 errors. Okay. Right, down, left, up, left, up, right, up, right. Why do I have right twice? Maybe that's okay. This is the one we manually inserted. Okay, we have directions working. How many times am I gonna make the bug where I fucking get the wrong points table? We'll find out. Okay, so now we need to do these, I guess, vertical and horizontal. From points to P1, where got the right table here. We're inserting into vertical lines where P1.x equals new.x. So vertical is x, and then min P1 dot y new dot y, and max P1 dot y new dot y. That actually looks very close to this line here. And then we gotta do the same thing here, but switch all the x's for y's. Okay. Points to. Zimmersam says today's daily leak code problem is such a meme. Well, I don't do leak code, so no memes for me. Let's put a breakpoint and see if we got the same values here. So 1117 957 235 713 7911 529 327 1711. Cool. Very cool. So that gets us directions, horizontal and horizontal. Horizontal and vertical. Now we just need to do these 3 tables. Insert into God, this is gonna fucking suck to figure out. My helpers for this are really, really helpful. I like direction helpers. Like maybe I can represent the helpers in as a table and join onto it. Like maybe I can represent these as a table. Maybe. Oops. Yeah, I think we're just gonna fucking finish this because otherwise, I'm not gonna be able to sleep. dx int dy int. Oh, and I guess I'll call it d, I guess. Why did I make your string? You're not a string. Get out of here. So we get the last 2 directions. And we're inserting into clockwise. If those are clockwise. And now we can get the offset things. We need to still figure out whether it was clockwise or not. We can figure out whether it's clockwise by the row IDs of D4. And then all we have to do is select the point. So this is actually coming together. This is fucking crazy. If it's clockwise, we need to like check it for direction, but let's say it was clockwise. We need to add if it's clockwise, we need to add 2 points anyway. We need to ignore these. So we need to add this point and this point. Right? This table is the things that will be outside if it is clockwise. So on any turn we should add, we should always add 1 point. So we need to decide based on this what we do. So when it is clockwise and clockwise, we need to do this. Otherwise, we need to do this. We also need the previous point in our select. So let's just do the math now. So it's the previous direction forward. So it's going to be p1.x. Oh fuck, we got to do these, the x coordinates and the y coordinates. So we actually need this twice. Previous direction normally applied. So d1 d.x, and then the opposite of the current direction. -1 times, oh no. Shit, wait, which one is d1? d1 is previous, d2 is current. Yeah. d2d.dx. And then this one down here, we want p1.x plus the opposite of, so -1 times d1d.dx plus normal d2d.dx. And then we just do the same shit with y. Okay, I thought this was gonna suck, but this actually doesn't seem too bad. Let's see if this gives us the right results for this. Oh, error near from. There's a trailing comma. I don't see 8-0 in this list. I don't see 10-0 in this list. I don't see 10-8 in this list. I do see 8-8 in this list. And I do see 8-6 in this list. I don't see 1-4. I do see 1-2. And I do see 6-2. So what we got? 4 right and 4 wrong. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. That's super weird. Oh, fuck. These row IDs are this computation assumes that row ID is 0 indexed. Yo, Eric! Hello, hello. How's it going? I'm doing them all in SQLite this year. I'm doing terrible things with triggers right now. Is it gonna let me do this? I hope so. I hope so. Now it's just maybe you're weird and the code is just sane. Ever thought of that? I know I'm weird. This code is not, yeah. Eric says, I just used SQLite for the first time recently and really enjoyed it. It's really nice. It's my favorite database engine. It's also really bad. But we're using it to solve advent of code. Drop table puzzles. Oops. Okay, this looks better. This looks good now. Up is minus y, right is positive x. Positive y, left is negative x. Okay, that table looks better now. So why are our points not right? Why are these not what we expect? It's not that it's bad, it's just simple. I've recently realized that I really want my software to be simple. Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, Eric, while you're here, I hope that hold on. I hope that this is temporary. Because it's gonna be really unsatisfying when we do 4 more years of Advent of Code, and this number is not 600. It's not temporary, so I don't die. No. I really like that there's only 12 days. I don't have any problem with that. I just think that you should give us a 25th star this year so that it ends up being a round number. Just give one away for free at the end. Just so it'll add up to 600 after we do 4 more years of this. Is this a terrible idea? I've been thinking about how to do that. I'm pondering some options. I might do nothing. I might do something. Okay. Anyway. I'm sure a lot of base 10 humans will appreciate you if this number becomes one bigger. Okay, let's figure out what's fucked up with this query though. Could be operator precedence. Let's make a log table, I guess. What if I just switch all the numbers on the site into a base where that's a round number? That sounds way easier. Right? Right? Let's make our log table again. Okay. So we started with previous direction 1, 2, so that should be clockwise. If we look at our drawing, we start with right to down, which is clockwise. Down. Where did the point even start? 7, 1 here. So, yeah, clockwise, clockwise, clockwise. We should have 3 clockwise in a row. 1, 2, 3. That looks right. And then counterclockwise, and then clockwise. Counterclockwise, clockwise, clockwise, counter, clockwise. Okay, this all looks correct. Doesn't it also have to be a common base with 100? Also, I forgot to say hi to Big X Seahorse and Shulkwizak. Thank you both for the follow. Welcome, welcome. So now I figured out what I did wrong here. Oh, I guess we can also look at what P1 is here. Also, row ID 1 is which direction? Right? Yeah, it's right and then down. Okay, so this is correct at least. Okay, that computation seems correct, which is good. So it's not that. Let's put P1X in there as well. Seven, 1, 11, 1. Did I select the wrong fucking table again? Fuck. No. No, I selected the wrong fucking table again. Miss D1, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Shulkwise says, just call me M4X or Max. What are we doing in here? Ah, the bot knows what's up. Okay, son of Bish. I think we can get rid of log table now. Log table very helpful though. No debug statement, so we have to use a table for it. Okay, let's 12-0, 12-8, 8-8, 8-6, 1-6, 1-2, 6-2, 6-0. Bless. Okay. Now we technically also have to do outside CCW. Oh, I guess we can do the CW count too while we're here. What is the table? What are the columns? Where is it? Oh, here it is. How do you write an update statement? I don't think there's a plus equals. Set column name equals expression. Okay. Comma another one of those. And then you can from. So then we do this. We don't need you. We don't need you. This is the computation if it's clockwise. But I shouldn't be using equals equals. +3 mod 4 is the same as -1 mod 4, but mod is derpy and SQLite. I think that's right. Oh, I forgot to actually put the thing at the bottom. One and 0. Hello? Why? Oh. Parentheses. Six and 2. That's correct. So now we just need to do the last useless table that we don't actually use, but to make the problem complete. Let's look at this. So in counterclockwise mode, I see. These are backwards. These are backwards, so it should just literally be. It should just be switching these two. But the comments go away because the comments are nonsense now. I hope. How do I make a clockwise one? Or counterclockwise one? Tech? Just do it in reverse. Why did I not get rid of these comments? Yeah, let's try that. Oh, we need to actually change. How do we go from counterclockwise? Okay, good. We got 6 counterclockwise. 1 2 1 6 8 6 8 8 12 8 12 0 6 0 6 2. Fuck yeah. Okay. Okay. So now that we've done all of the computation, we can simplify our outside. No parentheses. Okay. So we took the clockwise table and we put, or the counterclockwise table, and we put it in here. And if we change this to the clockwise example, these should be different. We actually end up with the same values because, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have all of our data. Now it's just write the giant query. Which is this here. Holy hell, is this a massive fucking query, but it should complete. This is actually still the same. we should just write all these out. Points P2. One, two, three, four, five, six tables. Yeah. So that's this condition here. This condition is next. Was it successful? We're successful so far up until the last fucking part of the query. We just have to do this, I guess. I actually don't think I need to join these, do I? Because we'll just do down here. We'll see. We haven't even got to this part yet. We need to get to this part. I think we can get to this part and see if it gives the wrong answer that we saw before I bother doing this part. So let's leave this out. You know what, we can actually probably leave out this here. So this is the contains any other point. We also need to do this for outside. Okay, so this should work for small one, I think. Nice. I think it should also work for small 2. But it should not work for small 3. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to do small 3. But I need to use the restroom. I will be right back. I will see you in a sec. Hello, I'm back. I realized that I used the wrong scene earlier. I put you on this scene earlier, and I should have put you on the chat scene. I don't know what I was doing. Oh yeah, the Fire TV Twitch app probably uses the old emote API, so that's why it doesn't get animated ones. Okay, annoyingly, I think I need to write fucking 4 queries for this next part. 4 exists. For each of these. You think they'd fix that? I kind of doubt they're gonna update the Fire TV Twitch app. Unfortunately. Okay. What is my intersects here? So you gotta fill out these 3 values. we can do this twice to save the query. We need to get the two values from this. MSN now, well, thank you for stopping by. We're so close to getting this, by the way. We just need to fill in the values here. So for vertical, we need to check the H. H is generated by this set of points. So we need x1 and x2, which I think is, oh, I gotta write this out as fucking a shit ton more expressions, because we don't have compound expressions in SQL. Looks like you'll have this working well before the puzzle's up. Yep. And I'm just gonna go to bed after I get it working. But yeah, we're real close. We're real close. So horizontal line for 0.1 and 0.2. The horizontal lines are gonna be the two y values. So we just need to pick a y value for these two. And then the x value for these two. So it's either of the points y values. Yeah, like we use P2's y or we use P1's y. So now we just need to get this and this, which I believe is min of p1.x, p2.x. This should be max p1.x, p2.x. And then we need the same thing, but for horizontal. But not quite the same thing. So let's copy that floppy. Let's copy this again. We gotta expand it out again. And we have two versions of this. And in this case, H is filled out for us, and we need to fill out V. And it should sort of just look like this. So this should be p1.x and this should be p2.x. And then this should be min. This should be .y. Whoop, that would have been annoying. This is gonna be really hard to debug if I fuck this up. Like, this is gonna be really hard to see if this expression is wrong. I believe that's our answer there. So let's see how much it hates the large input. If it's similar to Python, it should take about a minute. Oh my fucking god, is this faster than the Python solution? Oh, hold on, we don't know it's the same value yet. Also, holy, what the fuck? What the fuck? What? Why? Why is it so much faster than the Python solution? Even with the fucking JIT? Like, this is PyPy. This is PyPy taking 11 seconds. And SQLite, I feel like it took like 4, right? 5 seconds. What the fuck? I literally just ported the Python algorithm to SQL. I didn't do any clever bits in SQL. Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, what? What the fuck? Lola's welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. What the hell? Dude, I can already tell that my YouTube video, I'm going to solve all of them. I'm gonna do whatever I fucking can to solve all of them in SQL this year. This YouTube video is gonna be such a banger. If for nothing else than my SQLite solution being 10 times faster, 11 times faster. No, 10 times faster than my CPython solution. Because this is PyPy. CPython took like 57 seconds. Truly bonkers. That's the thumbnail? Yo, true? What? It's blowing my fucking mind. I got nothing. That makes no goddamn sense. But anyway, part 1 in SQL was so easy. I actually think I wrote this faster in SQL than I did in Python, which is kind of bonkers. But yeah, this is absolute fucking nonsense, but holy hell. Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, my name is Anthony. I upload educational content to my YouTube channel at youtube.com/anthonywritescode. Oh yeah, that's a setting. That's a setting in your chat. You can make it not do that. For instance, wait, why does mine change it to a different smile? I thought I turned it off. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's a chat setting. Yeah, go subscribe to my YouTube channel. I uploaded a lecture that I gave at the University of Michigan on Monday. There'll be a new video tomorrow. I also need to record, so there will be a new video tomorrow if I record. Oh wait, no, I recorded a video. Yeah, we have a video for tomorrow. If you missed any part of the stream, those will end up on the second channel at anthonywritescode-vods. And join the Dick Sword. That's where I announce streams and we hang out. And it's a good time. And I have like a tiny headache. Probably from braining so hard on this fucking SQL nonsense. Why is it so fast? Why is it so fast? I don't understand. The query planner go burr. I don't understand. I don't understand. Anyway, that's gonna wrap us up for today. Thank you all for stopping by. And I will see you around. Have a good one, chat. Peace.